नित्यानन्देश्वर समारम्भाम् नित्यानन्देश्वरि मध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome all of you, all the devotees, disciples, Samajis, Satsangis, Sri Mahans, Mahans, Kotaris, Tanedas, everyone, visitors, viewers, Nitya Dhyan Yoga participants, everyone sitting with us all over the world through Nithyananda TV, Sadhana TV, and two-way video conferencing. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. Today's satsang, I wanted to expand on how truth will be, what truth is, when you express directly from the highest consciousness, without mixing, matching, without mincing words. Please understand, the experience of truth as it is so subtle, so beautiful. It can be transmitted just by the right word itself. Please listen. It can be transmitted just by the right word. Right listening of the right word is enough for you to experience the truth. All the cities sitting with us all over the world, please listen. I did not read out all the cities' names, not because I am not able to see you, I can see you, but I just wanted to get into the satsang directly, so I got into the satsang. Now listen. Before the satsang I was just sipping tea. Suddenly I felt exactly, directly, without waiting, for your listening. If I speak, that is Upanishad. Without waiting for my speaking, if you start listening, that is Upanishad. Without waiting for your listening, if I just start speaking the truth as it is, that is what Dakshinamurti is doing. Whether you listen or not, he is showering. He goes on. Same way, whether Guru speaks or not, if you are sitting in the space of listening, you are in Upanishad. A real master goes on speaking whether disciple listens or not. A real disciple goes on listening whether master speaks or not. I just thought, if I straight start speaking from the truth as it is, what I'll speak, let me speak those words today, without bothering about whether you understand or not, whether you listen or not. Today I am going to speak that only. And I am speaking that only. Oneness. Listen. Oneness is not one. Please understand. Oneness should not be equated to one. This understanding is very important. Oneness is experience. One is the mathematical number. Oneness is God. One is not God. Oneness is God. God is not one. The non-dual consciousness with everyone, everything. Please listen. The non-dual consciousness with everyone and everything is the purpose of life. And the oneness you experience in the non-dual state cannot be equated to one. When you try to equate that oneness to one, all the mess up starts. Dilution, distraction, delusion starts. Then the fight, whether one or two or many, starts. Very important thing you need to know. Whether in Advaita or Visishtadvaita or Dvaita, oneness only is experienced. Please understand. Whether it is Advaita, Dvaita, Visishtadvaita, oneness only is experienced. But when you try to equate that oneness to one and establish a system, theory, instead of establishing a process, person who establishes a process for you to have that same experience is an enlightened being. Person who establishes a system is a religious leader. Person who establishes a theory is a philosopher. When the system or theory is getting established to reach that oneness, if you try to equate the oneness to one, then the problem starts. Today I will try to expand on the process of oneness. Look into you and see whatever patterns, whatever ideas, whatever thoughts brings conflict into you, does not allow the experience of oneness in you, start completing with them. Listen. I am establishing the process for oneness. Maybe next few days I'll go on expanding on it. Sit and go on, pen down the patterns which makes you move away from the original oneness space, restful awareness, the state for which you are yearning without even knowing for which you are yearning. Understand? In all of us, there is a yearning for certain state. Without even knowing for what we are yearning, we go on yearn. Sometimes we think because of that yearning was so deep, we think we are yearning for money, or we think we yearn for just physical satisfaction. Sometimes we get scared and go crazy about that yearning. I use the word crazy. You just get scared what for you are yearning and go crazy about why you are yearning, what for you are yearning. Listen. Whether you get scared of the yearning or go crazy about the yearning or get attached to what you yearn, ultimately you are yearning to a state of oneness, non-dual consciousness. Ekatva is not eka. Listen. Oneness is God, God is not one. Be very clear. All the religions talk about God is one. One God theory is not leading you towards oneness of God. So I am not accepting the concept that God is one, or theology God is one, but I am very clear the fact that reality is God is oneness. Listen, God is oneness and you are constantly yearning for that oneness which is in you, or you are part of that oneness. Sit and pen down all the patterns which makes you feel you are away from that oneness, which makes you move you out of that oneness. If you start penning down the idea, I am the body, that usually makes you move out of that oneness. I am the mind, makes you move out of that oneness. Your association with different patterns, that makes you move out of that oneness. Listen. But solution is not I am not the body. That is the biggest mistake most of the Vedantis do. Immediately they start punishing the body and start declaring, I am not the body, I am not the body. How much ever loudly you shout, scream, I am not the body, your body is only screaming, I am not the body. Even to scream, I am not the body, you associate yourself with the body. It's too funny how the Vedantis commit conceptual suicide. Understand? Conceptual suicide. That's the right word I use. When you learn concepts, but you are not growing in the space of oneness. You learn concepts, theories, but you are not growing into Advaita. I'll call that as a conceptual suicide. Accumulating ignorance in the name of knowledge. Acquiring ignorance in the name of knowledge. Listen. Sit and pen down all the patterns which makes you experience distance, which makes you move away from the original non-dual consciousness, the state of Advaita, state of non-duality, experience of Advaita. Sit and pen down all the patterns, all the reasons, all the identifications all the ideas, all the thoughts you are having, which makes you experience the restlessness, agitation, confusion, delusion, which makes you move away from restful awareness. I am directly establishing a process for you to experience the non-dual consciousness, the Advaita, the state of Advaita. Today I am not talking about any anasin, metasin. How to remove your headache, knee pain, how to have good relationship with your family or teamily. No, I am not talking any of that. Listen, I am very straight. I am establishing the process for you to experience non-dual consciousness. So listen. Come to the space of listening and listen. This can directly take you to the non-dual state of consciousness. Sit and pen down all the patterns, ideas, concepts, theories, thoughts, which makes you move away from the non-dual state, Advaitic state. It can be as simple as I am the body to as complicated as I am my wealth. Sometimes people are ready to die but not ready to give up their wealth because their affiliation, association, idea of connection with wealth has become far more deeper than the idea I am the body. Very funny thing. People start eating to be alive, but every year millions of people die because of eating. People start eating to be alive, but every year millions are dying because of overeating. Because by and by they associate themselves with the food more than their body or ability of the body to make the food into life. Their ability to make the food into their life, ability to convert the food into life is far more important than just eating. Many times, listen, many times in the attachments and delusions, the purpose is lost. As I said, you start eating for living. Finally, just by eating, you die. You are ready to die, but not ready to reduce your eating. I am not even asking you to give up eating. Reduce your eating. Just few days before I read an article. Every year, at least 3 weeks fasting cures you from various illnesses, possible diseases. Because the 3 weeks of fasting puts your body into the survival mode. It starts raising its immunity level and it starts raising the frequency of its existence by itself. Our Nirahara Samyama is exactly 3 weeks. Once in a year, Nirahara Samyama is really wonderful and good. Due to popular demand, and I also wanted to restart the regular Nirahara Samyamas in the morning satsang itself. From July 1st, we will be restarting the next batch of Nirahara Samyama. I myself will be guiding. Because tons and tons of people, more number of people die by overeating than the hunger. And surely, all of you who are listening now, the satsang, whether directly or through the video conferencing or Nithyananda TV, your problem is surely not hunger. And you are not going to die by hunger. Your problem, if at all, it is going to be only overeating. So I think it is time that we start Nirahara Samyama. Tons of diseases gets cured. Listen, thousands of people are more afraid of speaking in the stage than death. Please understand. It's a scientific survey, study, research, report. People are more afraid of speaking in the stage than dying. Why, you know? So attachment with the identity becomes more stronger than the attachment with the idea of body. All I am trying to ask you, trying to tell you is pen down all the patterns, ideas, concepts which you think is making you move out of this non-dual state of consciousness. For example, if your list runs like I am the body, I am the mind, I am the identity and all that, don't immediately start thinking I am not the body is the antidote. No. I am not the body is not the antidote. That is not the solution. The moment you start thinking I am not the body, you start torturing the body and punishing the body, and you think punishing and torturing and conquering the body will lead you to that non-dual consciousness. No, it is not. Nirahara Samyama is not torturing your body, punishing your body. You need to know that. Because it is not fasting. It is awakening one of the extraordinary powers of your body by the proper methodology. Understand? It is just awakening one of the greatest powers your body has, producing the food directly from the nature. If that power is awakened even 50%, that is enough. It means, I mean to say, even if your intake is reduced 50%, you will be free from the diseases, old age, and sufferings of body-mind. Sufferings of body-mind. Sufferings of body-mind combination. So understand, don't say, I am not body, I am not mind, I am not my identity. No. The idea, I am not the body, I am not the mind, I am not the identity is not going to solve the issue. Start completing means find the root when you started identifying yourself with the body strongly. start identifying the root incidents. When you started identifying with your identity strongly, start finding out. When you started identifying with your different fears, various identifications, find the root. Start looking at the root. Start looking at the root incidents. Please understand. If you start screaming internally or externally, Naham Deham, I am not the body, I am not the body, you are only going to cut the branches of a tree, which will make the tree flourish more. You are not going to destroy the tree. But if you find out the root incidents when you started developing the identification with the body, identification with your mind, identification with your identity, pen down the incidents and run down through it. Complete them. Relive them and relieve them. Then you will see you are shaking the very root. The ignorance tree will be destroyed. The tree of the ignorance will be destroyed. Listen. How much ever you may scream, I am not the body, I am not the body, externally or internally, I am not the body, I am not the body, Naham Deham, Naham Deham, or even sing, Nabhutyahankara Chittani Naham, Chitananda Rupa Shivoham Shivoham. No. The person who originally sang the verse sang after completion. But if you are using that, you think that is the antidote for your incompletion. You are wrong. Manobuddhyahankara chittani naham nacha shrotra jihve nacha prana netre nacha vyoma bhumir nacha ejo na vayu chitananda rupa shivoham shivoham. When he sang, he's achieved from the space of completion he sang. You go on repeating that. You go on repeating that is not going to be the solution. Understand. Straight process for non-dual consciousness, Advaita Anubhuti, is penning down all the thoughts and patterns which distances you from the space of Advaita, and penning down the root incidents. When you started developing that, ideas, and sit and start reliving those incidents, complete and drop. I have seen so many thousands of human minds as it is. Just few days before, one young man, maybe 22 or 23, came to me and weeping, crying, saying that my uncontrollable lust, even I am ashamed of it. I don't know how to get rid of it. I have started becoming pervert and started punishing my body left and right. And he has even cut himself. through the knife in the body and all. It was so pathetic. I just looked into him and gave him a very simple solution. For 3 days, just sleep in your mother's lap, that's all. I asked him whether your mother is very loving and caring towards you. Which mother will not be loving and caring towards son? Even if the son is a thief and robber or whatever can be the son, but mother will always be good mother. You can say whether son is a good son or not, but mother will always be good mother. He said, naturally Swamiji, my mother is very loving towards me. It will just go and sleep in her lap for 3 days. And I tell you, when he came back, I saw him completely a new being. He himself says, I don't know, how can this simple thing can be a solution for such a big problem I was struggling, Swamiji? I said, nothing. When you are a child, you are sleeping in your mother's lap. Suddenly your mother has to run for something to attend. So she moved you out. It was an unexpected blow for you to be moved out of your mother's lap, which you are clinging very comfortably, cozily. That moment when you started crying, she ran to attend something in the kitchen. When you started crying, that is the moment you developed the idea you are the body and you need your own bodies to keep you in the space of completion. When you attend the exact pattern, solutions are always as simple as even feeling stupid. Sometimes you may even feel solutions look stupid. An onlooker will naturally feel, who has not seen the result of this solution, will feel stupid. Young man comes and tells me, oh, I am suffering with so much of lust, even I am not able to handle myself. Please save me. And the Swami says, go and sleep in the lap of your mother for 3 days, it will become alright. And it becomes alright. What to do? Even though you really don't want it should become alright, it becomes alright. Understand, I tell you, all your problems which moves you out of non-dual consciousness also will be simply become alright, as just like this incident. If you attend the root incident, if you relive the root incident, when you started developing that separation, that incompletion, that fear, that... When this guy came back, he says, Swamiji, suddenly I feel so content, so complete. And all my everyday fantasy, he says, I have that fantasy hour, dream hour, all that has suddenly melted down. I tell you, now whatever I am speaking, if you just pen down, when you started developing the patterns, ideas, moving out of your original Advaitic state and relive, it will be literally like a miracle cure for tons of problems you have. Even not having self-drive is a problem. If you find out, when you lost the Advaita, that is the time you would have lost your self-drive for life. Just do this simple process. First, pen down the ideas, patterns, concepts which makes you feel you are away from your non-dual state. Second, think and pen down when that patterns have started developing in you, how you developed those patterns, those incidents. Third, relive all those incidents. Fourth, relive and complete them. Fifth, start living Advaita, non-dual state of consciousness. That's all. I tell you, if you are handling the problems, it is like plucking leaf by leaf to kill the tree. You are a fool. By the time you pluck half of the leaves, the other leaves have started growing. Attend to the root. That is the most intelligent way of solving your problem.
I bless you all. Let you all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching and causing eternal bliss. Nithyananda. Thank you.
Nithyanandeshwara samarambam Nithyanandeshwari madhyamam Asmadacharya paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, Samajis, Satsangis, Sri Mahants, Mahants, Tanidars, Kotaris, sitting with us through Nithyananda TV, Sadhana TV, and two-way video conferencing, having Nainadiksha, cities sitting with us in two-way video conferencing, having Nainadiksha, Seattle Chidambaram, Los Angeles Arunachalam, Toronto Tirukkailayam, San Jose Madurai, Guadalupe, Suva Fiji, Oklahoma, Kuala Lumpur, Ohio, Chennai, Oman, Phillip Island, Phoenix, Houston, Coimbatore, Warrington, Charlotte, Sun Prairie, Wisconsin, London, Vancouver, New York, Varanasi, Hyderabad, Rajapalayam, Singapore, Bangalore North, Madurai, Hyderabad, Trinidad, Kastav, Croatia, and some more cities joining. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. I'll continue to expand on 7th verse. Please recite the 7th verse along with me. Yasmin sarvani bhutani Atmaiva bhut vijanatah tatrako mohaka shokaha ekatvam anupashyatah. Listen, in one who has cognized the reality, all existing beings becomes very self. Then what delusion, what sorrow of incompletion can there be for that seer living in the space of oneness, living Advaita? listen. Last few days I was expanding on how the love current, constantly engaging yourself in love current, all your actions centered on love current, how that can make you experience oneness with everything, everything in oneness. Oneness with everything, everything with oneness. This oneness experience can be gained. Experience of oneness can become eternal in you. Means not only gaining the experience, you getting established in that experience. When you just soak constantly in the experience, you radiate extraordinary powers. Every time you break a pattern with the clarity of oneness, with the cognition of oneness, you will have one extraordinary power. Every time you break a pattern, not only you are free from the pattern, you get extraordinary power to you. When you break this eating disorder patterns, not only you are free from the eating disorder patterns, you will also have the power to, ability to manipulate your stomach, your health, as you want. The man who is out of the eating disorder patterns means, please understand what I define as eating disorder. Physically, physiologically, psychologically, due to any of this reason, having exact timing for food is eating disorder. Understand? For physical reason, oh, I may get tired. I'm getting tired. Physiological reason, oh, I'll have gas. If I don't eat, I'll have acidity or diabetes. Psychological reason, oh, if I don't eat, I'll die. Physical, physiological, psychological. Due to any one of these reasons, having a stern time for eating is eating disorder. The right eating is beautifully described by a great saint from Tamil Nadu, the Valluvanayanar. Beautifully is described. மருந்தென வேண்டாவாம் யாக்கைக்கு அருந்தியது அற்றது போற்றி உனின் means you don't need medicine for your body if you eat the food knowing that earlier what you have eaten has left the body. If you eat after the earlier eaten food left the body, you don't need medicine forever to your body. Before the next meal, be very clear as it left the body. My earlier meal has been digested and cleaned. So every time before you plan for eating, just see whether what you have eaten earlier has left your body. It has become part of you. as energy, whatever energy needs to be absorbed, whatever remaining is left your body. If it is not, use jalabasti, get it out, then go for the next meal. I think this is one of the important discovery I found from my own experience. This is what I will describe as orderly eating. So for all my disciples who want to eat properly, orderly eating, I will prescribe this as one of the important rule. Whether you are a Balasant, Sant, or Kotari, Tanedar, follower, disciple, whoever wants to follow me, please take this up as a rule. After every meal, if you take little haritaki powder, very little, before the next meal, clean your stomach, clean your bowels. If you are not able to, then have at least enema jalabasti, then go for the next meal. So do not allow 2 meals to be acquired in your stomach. மருந்தென வேண்டாவாம் யாக்கைக்கு அருந்தியது அற்றது போற்றி உணின். Understand, every time you break a pattern, you get extraordinary powers. In this case, about this eating disorder pattern, if you break your eating disorder pattern, not only you will be free from that pattern, you will have powers to manipulate your body and mind as you want. If you have done at least one D-samyama, then you will know how you can manipulate your body. You can just play with it. You can play with it. All these stupid theories of acidity, diabetes, tiredness associated to food are true as long as you associate them, not otherwise. I was reading in the Facebook, somebody wrote, one of the biggest prison human beings suffer is what others think about themselves. I tell you, no, there is bigger prison, what you think about you. What you think about you is the bigger prison than what others think about you. What others think about you is able to give you suffering because what you think about you gets altered based on what others think about you. If what you think about you stays stably, so what others think about you will never be a prison for you. Because what you think about you is so lucid and lucid. What others think about you becomes a prominent prison. Be very clear. If what others think about you is a prison in which you are stuck, what you think about you is the cell inside the prison where you are stuck. It is much more suffocating. Much more suffocating. What others think about you, if you think that is a prison, what you think about you is a cell inside the prison where you are locked. Please understand. What others think about you impacts only your external life. What you think about you impacts directly your body, your mind. Anybody who has done one Disamyama can just play with their so-called diabetes, so-called gastric or acidity, all problem related to hunger. They can cause miracles. I tell you, most of the concepts the so-called modern medicine is teaching, and what a foolish thing. See, all the ancient systems of living healthy life just by handling your food properly, herbs, leaves, the natural things, is called alternative medicine. What a naming, you see. And swallowing these pills and chemicals and putting you in more and more trouble is called mainstream medicine. Most of our concepts about body and health, I should classify them under a title called stupidopathy. No, really, most of our concepts about health, diet, medicine, medical care, we trust metal more than currency because for ages we have been a metal civilization, not currency civilization. Understand, currency was pushed upon us, on us, very recently. Those days, even currency had a value because of the metal in which the currency is made. Currency itself independently did not have a value. The gold with which the coin is made, that gold had a value, not the declaration by the king or the administrator that this is this much valuable. Understand? Trusting only Vaishyas for wealth was our civilization. Now, our money is by Kshatriyas, politicians, administrators. Please understand? That is why I am saying your money is not money. Because the person who is going to transact that community, what they value only can be valuable in society. See, when there is a crisis, what is going to get you your food? That is decided only by only by Vaishyas, not by Kshatriyas. But it is unfortunate, the whole lot of confusion. Somebody has put the comment in the Facebook. Why in India, they didn't build hospitals, schools? How do you call them as evolved civilization? In every village, largest building of that village is the common utility building, where we had school, hospital, cinema theatre, art gallery, life science teaching place, and ultimately teaching enlightenment. The place we call it as temple. Understand, we call that as a temple. All. It is not just a mall, it is all. Everything about life is done there. Whether storing the grain, teaching principles, or medical care, everything is done there. And moreover, our lifestyle was such, we did not need so much of hospitalization. From the beginning, we were taking care of ourselves. And an important thing, very important thing, when time comes, we were gracefully able to leave. Say bye-bye, because we know we will come back. We were not that poor. Psychologically or consciously, we were holding on to one body. See, when you want to hold on to that one body only, you need so much of medical care. We just know when we need, we will make the body recover. When it is time, body is too damaged, come on, drop it, pick up another one. I tell you, till the science about the life, the true science about the life is taught to humanity, humanity is not going to get out of this addiction to medicines. That is why I am insisting. Why do they call it alternative medicine when it is the original medicine that humans have been using for thousands of years? Chemical medications were discovered about 100 years ago, or maybe 200 years. That's all. Brutally destroying the zonal food practices, brutally destroying the regional dressing practices, brutally destroying the regional medical practices, brutally destroying the regional religious practices, by brutally destroying the regional education practices, by brutally destroying the regional physical, mental, conscious belief patterns. We are the last generation who had traditional, regional belief faith parents. Please understand. We are the last generation who had parents, had the best Vedic traditional understanding about body, mind and consciousness. Over. Finished. I know the kind of a faith about his own body and mind and consciousness my grandfather used to have. My grandmother's mother, I have seen her. I have seen my grandmother's mother. Just the vibhuti, the sacred ash from temple, was the medicine for her till the death. My grandfather, he died after 90s. In his whole life, he got hospitalized only twice. Only twice. Such hard-working man. The kind of a faith he had about his own body, the kind of a, it is a mechanism, please understand, it's actually a mechanism. What you cognize about your body, your mind, it's a mechanism. Whatever you cognize becomes reality. And I have seen the faith he had about himself. I am so thankful to him because he took care that the idea of sickness never settles inside my system. By seeing him and living around him, health became my basic cognition. Of course, my Guru Raghupati Yogi is extraordinary. Forget about him. He is totally a body of miracles. He is just a bunch of miracles, that's all. Anything he does will be miracle. He will just sip the cold water through the nose and spit that water through mouth and it will be boiling water. I have seen the kind of a play he will do. And he will sip the hot coffee through the mouth and just start releasing that through the nose. By the time it reaches the ground, it will become an ice bar. Please understand, ice cube. Means he can play anything with his body. He can make his body a hot boiler or the freezer. I've seen with my own eyes he cooking just by touching the pot. The mud pot, he will put the water, rice and just touch it. In 2-3 minutes the rice is ready. He will tell, come on, eat. The kind of a heat he can generate through his body, or a cold he can generate through his body. His body was a boiler, freezer all put together. Early morning when he wakes me up and takes me to temple to teach yoga, during this Margazhi months, the water will be very cold. I have seen him doing this multiple times. He will just point the area where I am taking bath, that area will be warm. Sometimes even hot water. In the temple tank, he will just put his finger and say, come on, take bath. It will be warm water or hot water. Never I felt the cold. That is totally different level. I am talking normal, so-called your plane, my grandfather. The kind of a faith he had about his body. We are the last generation who have seen those kind of people. See, our ancient body, mind, conscious mechanism, ideas, concepts were told to us by our old mother, old grandmother, grandfather in a very colloquial way, in casual evenings or night stories. Hey, if you are feeling feverish, apply Vibhuti from Shiva temple, it will become alright, don't worry. But the modern ideas are being told to you in the high light and high sound, literally breaking your nerves. Understand? I always tell you, whatever I do, you should not do, because what I am doing, I am making myself to settle down. Whenever I find I am not able to sit and do the administration work, I will switch on the TV. I will never watch that stupid box. That one thing God saved me. I never have interest on it. But that light and sound keeps me settled on the ground. But you are already in the... Where more you will go down? Anyhow, this time when I went to Thiruvannamalai, I spent a lot of time with all the sannyasis who were with me and explaining the stories of each and every stone and pillar. Suddenly I realized, just 30 years before, I had at least 50 people, ideal, great, enlightened beings in Thiruvannamalai. Thinnai Swami, Sakku Swami, Sorakka Swami, Narayana Swami, Mauna Swami, Annamalai Swamigal, Raghupati Yogi, Kuppammal, just 30 years before. I had at least 50 beings who were visibly radiating the power of that Shivoham experience. See, in my case, if you come to a program and see your Kundalini gets awakened, see hundreds of people's Kundalini getting awakened, healing happens, then you feel, oh, I think this guy has power, I think he has enlightenment. You come to a conclusion only indirect way. But I have seen the masters was so visibly, directly, shamelessly declaring the power of Mahadeva. That's the right word I'll use. Shamelessly declaring the power of Mahadeva. I have seen on Swami Suraka. He was called Suraka Swami locally. Suraka means bottle gourd. Why? Because in front of him on half bottle gourd, that shell will be there, in which people will put food. Whenever he feels like, he will eat, and otherwise he won't. And next person who wants to offer food to him, he will empty that bottle gourd and clean it and put the fresh food and keep it and go. He had some 25-30 dogs, his friends. Throughout his life, he lived in 3 feet by 3 feet small structure. Please understand, I have never seen him moving. I even doubt his bones all got frozen. I know he is alive because he used to talk to people sometime. And he will smile sometime. His hands will move. Because of that, I know he is alive. No 1, 2, 3. No 1, 2, 3. Because the birds have started sitting on his head and eating from his hair. Some of his disciples followers have made a small stone pillared hall. You can't say hall and all, just 4 pillars around his body and 2 stone on the top. If you see that structure, you will understand. It's only 3 feet by 3 feet. His whole life is sad. Sometimes his sitting posture will be different. That is why we can even presume that he is still alive. Never seen him doing 1, 2, 3 or taking bath, moving out. But the kind of a space he will radiate and the way he will be sitting, it was so visibly declaring the powers of yogic tradition. Like this, I have seen at least 50 people through extraordinary lifestyle amazingly declaring the yogic powers, living the powers of Mahadeva, radiating the powers of Mahadeva. I feel, I don't want to say anything about Arunachala because Mahadeva never tolerates. When Madurai was burnt, he kept quiet. Even Meenakshi did not bother. But when one saint was even about to curse Tiruvannamalai, Mahadeva just came and held the neck. Hey, my city, you can't do anything. You should not do anything. So I don't want to tell anything about Tiruvannamalai. I feel this generation looks so poor without that 50 of them. Without that 50 of them, this generation looks so poor. I told Mahadeva, it's now my responsibility to put again at least few hundred people as a garland to you who are in the same state of those 50. I'll do it. I'll do it. Just like how we get wooden pillars from the old houses and refurbish and give it back to society, I'll get the old souls from Kailasa, refurbish them with a modern language and knowledge to reach out to the world, humanity, and give it to humanity. No, I really felt without that 50 people, humanity is so poor. It doesn't know the possibilities. It doesn't have any more living examples. By living as an example the things Ram Sarat Kumar used to teach, the Swarakka Swami, Mauna Swami, Annamala Swami, Thinnai Swami, Sadhu Om, Kuppammal, Isaki Swami, Raghupati Yogi, all of them just 30 years before. I am not even talking about Ramana Maharshi's generation. humanity has become so poor without them. Because now none of you even have one single living example to see and learn. To see and learn. Right concepts about body. Right faith, cognition about mind. Right biomemory. The right concepts about body, mind, consciousness. Is the richness, ultimate richness. Right ideas you carry about you gives you the experience of oneness. Oneness. Neither by building hundreds of houses for yourself, nor by building companies for yourself, or by accumulating more and more cars. Oneness is not experienced by all these. I am not saying don't buy house, don't build house, don't buy car. No. All I am trying to tell you is, let that just be utility, not goal of your life. If the utility becomes goal of your life, you live in stupidity. As I said, stupidopathy. Where elongating your life becomes goal. No. Purpose of your life should be goal. Meaning of your life should be goal. Not elongating your life. If you know the meaning, you know the right length, right number of years you need to live. Number of years you live is not defining your success. The meaning of your life defines your success. With this, I'll move to the next segment of the morning satsang. I'll continue to expand on the truth of oneness in the further satsangs. Today's subject for Vakyartha Sadas: the right concepts about body, mind, consciousness, which leads you to experience oneness. How the concepts others carry about you impacts the concept you carry about you. How the concepts you carry about you is important to experience oneness. Tomorrow's subject for Vakyartha Sadas is stupidopathy. How we eat stupid ideas and vomit disease.
Nithyanandeshwara Samarambam Nithyanandeshwari Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. I welcome everyone sitting with us all over the world through Nithyananda TV, two-way video conferencing, Facebook Live, YouTube Live, having Nayana all over the world. First few things which I wanted to share today. This was one of the important subjects I am introducing into inner awakening. Maybe I can say from the different angle. The truth itself is not new. The way I am presenting is completely new. Discovering the principle on which all the universes function, all the dimensions and planes, 11 dimension, 14 plane, actually 3 planes fall in one dimension itself. One plane does not fall into any of the dimensions. 14 planes, 11 dimensions. All of them function on one principle. For example, if you are habituated for New York lifestyle and enter into old Varanasi, you will have a big cultural shock. If you are habituated to old Varanasi and enter into London, you will have a big cultural shock. Listen carefully. The American dollar may be useful in America. Indian dollar may be, Indian currency, rupees may be useful in India. Malaysian ringgits may be useful in Malaysia. But gold is a universal currency. The whole planet Earth, anywhere, the gold can be used as a currency. Same way, there is certain culture, mental setup, software useful in New York. There is certain mental setup, culture, lifestyle useful in Bangalore. There is certain culture, mental setup useful in Varanasi. There is certain culture, mental setup useful in Germany. If you move to a different place, you will have a cultural shock. But there is one culture, one principle common to the whole 14 planes and 11 dimensions, the whole Brahmanda. If you develop this one principle in you, you have a cosmic currency. You will not have shock in any of these planes. Any transition into any plane, whether you go to Pitruloka, Bhuloka, Bhuvaloka, Tapaloka, Tapoloka, it's called, Satyaloka, Brahmaloka, Vaikunta, Kailasa, Goloka, Patala. Today is Amavasya, Mahalaya Amavasya. The frequency of the Pitruloka connects with the frequency of Bhuloka. So anything offered today for your Pitrus directly reaches them. They open their doors to see you guys today. Today they can have access to you. You can have access to them. You can complete with them whatever incompletions you left without completing. All the Pitrus. Pitrus means people who are connected to your life but who are not in the body anymore. Who were connected, who are connected, but who are not having the body anymore. Pitrus. In any loka, any transition, this one principle will not allow any fear, will not allow any cultural shock. It is like you have cosmic currency. That principle is oneness. Listen. Listen intensely. If you start building the depth of oneness in you, cognition of oneness in you, even your struggles will liberate you. Listen carefully. Listen carefully. Even your struggles will liberate you. I want to tell you, if you feel you are missing something in life, lacking something in life, which most of us have, most of you have, even that, look from the angle of oneness. Till you get your oneness back, you will always feel something is missing. And even if you gain it, you will miss it just to feel the missing feeling is what you enjoy. I call it victim pornography mind. The mind cannot enjoy the success, but it can victimhood, failure, it can vividly visualize and enjoy. The victim mental setup almost gained the sacredness. If you are feeling you are victim, oh, you are humble. No. All this stupidity does not stay in Shaivism. In Shaivism, victim mental setup is not appreciated or accepted or respected or revered. No. I have seen the people who enjoy victim mental setup will have so much of anger towards anybody who is happy. They can't tolerate happiness. They can't tolerate somebody joyful. They want everyone to be in the victim space like them, because they are in Patala. They want everyone to be in Patala. They don't want anyone to be in Swargaloka or Brahmaloka or Tapoloka. Even if you have this problem, if you understand, analyze it, try to solve from the angle of oneness, suddenly even that missing will become like Meera missing Radha. Meera missing Krishna, Radha missing Krishna. It's not that they did not have that emptiness or loneliness. When they tried to handle from the cosmic oneness, even that came out only as poetry. And finally, it melted down into the powerfulness of oneness. Understand? If you don't try to look your emptiness, loneliness from the cosmic oneness, you will become demon like Surpanaka or Tataka. Surpanaka was missing Rama, but she did not understand that missing from the angle of cosmic oneness and completion. She was trying to grasp, sorry, not even grasp, grab. Ugly. Why the Surpanaka's love is rejected and Meera's love is accepted after 5,000 years? The gap between Krishna and Meera is 5,000 years. Understand? Anything you have, attend from cosmic oneness. Even if you are struggling with it, that currency will be useful for you when you go through the cosmic transition. If you have organized any of your problems with the cognition of cosmic oneness, one you will solve, but even before you solving it, you have made it sacred. The problem is no more a mundane problem, it is a sacred problem. Understand? The moment even your loneliness is aligned to the cosmic oneness, it is no more problem of missing. It should be named as Vyakulata, yearning. Yearning for the oneness. Everything you feel you lack is only cosmic oneness. If you understand, as long as I have not achieved the cosmic oneness, everything I have, everything I think I can have, cannot remove that emptiness from me. If you understand this, if you cognize this, your loneliness problem is now aligned to the cosmic oneness. Afterwards, one day you will solve it, one day you may not solve it, you may be struggling, whatever happens, the problem has become sacred now. When the problem has become sacred, naturally you will experience oneness and solve the problem. The feeling of loneliness will be completed. In every level, understand, in every level, whether you are feeling not having enough money, it is nothing but not having enough of resources to do what you want. That feeling only. Even that, the moment you start looking at that issue from the cosmic oneness, why I am not having enough? Because of my illusory separation. Let me look into the lack of resources from the angle of cosmic oneness. You will have resources you want, that is one. Even that till the time you will be manifesting the resources you want, the problem has become sacred. It will not damage you anymore. It will not be hurting you anymore. It will not be making you powerless anymore. It will not be putting you in depression anymore. It will not make your muscles weak. It will not make your life powerless. Listen. Whenever you look at any of your problem from the cosmic oneness cognition, one, the problem will be solved. Second, even till you solve the problem, it has become sacred, so it will not make you powerless anymore. Making all your problems powerless today, by this cognitive shift, is the homework for all of you. Assignment for all the satsangis today. Listen. Solving is one. Solving your problems is one. Making your problems powerless is another one. Solving your problems, even if I tell it can be done immediately, you are not ready to believe, so I compromise and come to your level and accept for time being you can solve only by taking time. Because if I say it can be solved immediately, I look very violent and insensitive to you. So I do not want to look that insensitive, so I accept your problems can be solved only in your own time. But I really want to tell you, they can be made powerless immediately. Your problems can be made powerless immediately. The moment you start shooting the arrows from the shoulder of oneness, like a Rama sitting on the shoulder of Hanuman and shooting the arrow. Hanuman is actually the energy of Nandi, Rudra. And the moment you sit on the shoulder of oneness and start shooting the arrows, the problems cannot make you powerless anymore. Your missing cannot be missing. If you do not understand what you are missing, you start messing your life and others' life. You become a horror movie which nobody wants to see. Horror movie which nobody wants to see. Today, this is the biggest Pitru Darpana you can do. Completion you can do with the departed souls and their remains in you. The incompletions left over in you. Look at your whole life from the space of oneness. What all actual issues you have, and don't create anything new. Analyze only what you have. Sometimes people think, oh, I don't have any problem, then am I having some problem? They come and tell me, I don't have any problem, do I have problems, Swamiji? Why are you? For the sake of Sadashiva, why do you create more problem? No. No need. If you don't have a problem, be happy you don't have a problem. Understand the truth. The basic understanding you want to have, you should have, you need to have, and you can have, is handling everything from your oneness space. See, even when you sit with somebody with whom you have incompletion, you are really waiting to slap that person. If nobody else is around and no CCTV, you may slap him. When you sit with somebody of that incompletion, see what is happening in your muscles, in your inner space. Just observe what is happening. One part of you is agitated about you, is only the irritation and incompletion you carry about others. Listen. One part of you is agitated about you, incomplete about you, is only the incompletion you experience with somebody externally. Look at everything from the space of cosmic oneness. If you are sitting with somebody with whom you are just melting, you are literally drooling, just see, there is some extraordinary comfort in your system. And if you start enjoying that, even without that person being there, you will be in that space. Elongation of ecstasy, reduction of suffocation, both is possible the moment you look at your life from the space of oneness. Babita Mukundan is sending a question, how to shoot arrow from oneness. That's what I am explaining. Every problem, look from the angle of oneness. Oneness is cosmic principle. Shuddhadvaita is the cosmic principle. That is the spindle on which this 11 dimension and 14 planes rotate. See, all the 11 dimensions, 14 planes of existence, spindle, the standila, Meru standila, on which all 14 rotate, is oneness. If you learn to live oneness here, any world you go, any plane you go, any dimension you go, you will not have cultural shock. They will tell, please come, welcome. You will not have something new. It will only be like a department change, nothing more. It will not be a cultural shock, it will not be a being level shock. You will not feel something is new. You will not feel you have entered into a new place. You will not feel something is unknown to you. You will just know how to exist and how to function, how to operate. Handling everything from the cosmic oneness. Listen, handling everything from the cosmic oneness is what I am calling shooting arrow from oneness. Whether your difficulty is missing something, your problem is health, your problem is not able to live with the community you are trying to live. I am seeing many people who can't align themselves to integrity, cannot exist here. Actually, not having integrity is equivalent to mentally retarded, handicapped. See, to exist in a community like us, you need to be equipped with integrity as one of your important dimension. I've seen people who can't plan integrity as their thinking strategy can't exist here. One day you will say, I am feeling suffocated here, I don't want to live here, I wanted to leave. The next day you will send a message, miss you. It's like a fish trying to swallow the sun, and sun says, stupid. Then you say, oh, I am missing the sun, sun is not letting me swallow it. Integrity, not having integrity is equivalent to mentally retarded. It's actually not having integrity is the only psychiatric, psychological disorder. Actually, both are not that big, the psychiatric and psychological. It's only the relationship between psychiatric, psychosomatic, psychological, the disorders is only just the cause, effect, source. End of the day, all three, one becomes the other, one becomes the other. When there is a difficulty in the cognition level, and it moves into verbalization, you call it psychological disorder. When it moves into visualization, you call it psychiatric disorder. When it moves into cognition level, you call it psychosomatic disorder. That's all. I finished the whole psychology, psychiatry, psychosomatic in one statement. any incompletion generated in you is like a blood clot. If it moves in the level of verbalization, it is psychiatric disorder. When it moves in the level of visualization, it is psychological disorder. When it moves in the level of cognition, it is psychosomatic disorder. That's all. Nothing else. Otherwise it is nothing but cause, effect, source. Karana karya mulya. That's all. Understanding everything from oneness, looking at everything from the space of Sadashivoham, Shuddhadvaitam, oneness, immediately makes the problem powerless over you. Your approach becomes sacred, spiritual. Then, even though you don't understand, the problem immediately gets solved. It gets solved immediately. But you do not immediately problem can get solved. Then what will I do after that? All the time you are talking about solving it, but how will I live after that? No, people feel so comfortable with their problems. It's almost they are having honeymoon with it. And they terribly miss their problems. What will I do once you solve everything? I still remember one small incident happened. One day in Tiruvannamalai temple there was a ritual, a festival going on. Originally the source of the festival is Shiva and Parvati dance in the Ananda Dandava, means the cosmic oneness of Adi Shakti and Sadashiva. Tiruvannamalai temple and Madurai temple has one unique tradition. The priest will explain the festival or the ritual before the celebration is observed. The good point is the context is maintained. Bad point is sometimes the wrong context gets inserted and that is being told for ages again and again. If you don't mix the wrong context and keep the original Purana and Agama alive, then the narration is great. But in Tiruvannamalai, one context got lost. Instead of explaining it as Ananda Dandava of Adi Shakti and Sadashiva, the priest has explained this as a fight between Devi and Mahadeva. And my Guru Yogananda Puri was walking and the priest was standing. In those days, that big systematic this time of mics were not there, so they will have some, they will hold in the hand, which is like a gramophone records loudspeaker in copper, and in that priest will shout. And he was shouting in Tamil, பெருமானுக்கும் அம்பாளுக்கும் ஊடல் வந்ததனாலே 33 கோடி தேவர்களும் கிண்ணற கிம்புருட கந்தர்வ காந்தார சித்த ரிஷி முனி கண எல்லோரும் சேர்ந்து இக பர சுகங்களை எல்லாம் துறந்து என் அம்பலவானனைக் கண்டு துக்கத்தாலே வாடி வருந்தினார்கள். Means it is like Sadashiva and Devi are having misunderstanding and fight. So all the Kinnara, Kimburuda, Gandharva, Gandhara, Rishi, Siddha, Muni, Gana, everyone was in depression and suffering. And then he went on, started narrating. The fight started. Shiva and Devi started dancing in the anger with each other. Then my Guru was standing next to each other, next to the priest. And I was also standing. He shouted in very colloquial Tamil, பிக்காளி பையன் இவன் முன்னாடி கூட சண்டை போடுறத பெருமான் மேலையும் சாத்துறான் பாரு அப்படின்னு. Means he fought with his wife and coming and telling Sadashiva is fighting with his wife. It is too small incident but so sharp. It was a shock for me. Wow, right. இவன் முன்னாட்டியோட சண்டை போட்டு வந்து பெருமான் முன்னாட்டியோட சண்டை போறான்னு சொல்றான் பாரு. Because he was fighting with his wife, he comes and tells Sadashiva fought with Adishakti. Even though it was very small incident, in my life it hit me so strongly. Hey, this is the way all the dilutions have happened. This is the way the dilutions happen. See, instead of we solving our problem from the oneness of Sadashiva, we project our problems on Sadashiva. Take the Sadashiva space and you solve your problems. You look at you from the prism of Sadashiva. Instead, you look at Sadashiva from the prism of you. My guru was very well respected in the temple and the religious circle. Immediately that priest dropped his loudspeaker. Sami, இதெல்லாம் தனியா சொல்லப்படாதா, இங்க வந்து தான் சொல்லுவியா? Means he removed the speaker and told my guru, can't you tell all this when I am alone? Why should you come in the public and tell all this? We human beings find consolation by putting our delusion on Sadashiva. Because one person complete, another one person incomplete is like a rubbing the salt in the wound. Some are trying to cunningly manipulate the Akashic records. But kids are very clear. Whatever questions you may ask, they are in the space of no fear, no greed. They straight answer. That's what I told them. You cannot have fear or greed. You are integrated to Kala Bhairava. Whatever he shows, read out. That's it. And you are protected by Kala Bhairava. You don't have to be afraid. Some are somehow trying to make a meaning out of their reading as they want. I think my third eye was open from the young age. Can you tell it was open? Even if you manipulate, it was not open. Be very clear. As long as you drop this manipulation, it will not be open again. Only when you drop this manipulation, drop your hypocrisy, it will open. Many are trying to putting your incompletion on Sadashiva. And you think you are intelligent. Actually, my guru made some more statements which I cannot tell publicly. He made in Tamil, very, very raw Tamil. I don't want to dilute and present. Maybe I'll talk to Nithyananda Yogam participants and exactly narrate the incident as it happened. Let it be on record for future. My guru did not have the necessity to be socially polite. But I have a necessity to be socially polite, at least in the satsang. But in the class, I'll tell exactly as it happened, as my guru told me. And I wanted to put all these in record. I don't want all these to be lost. And enlightened people are really raw, street smart, spicy people. They are not British. They are very raw, street smart, very spicy, and very tasty people. I am not telling exactly as what he said because I don't want to dilute it. I wanted to give the raw as it happened. வத்த குழம்பு மாதிரி அவங்க பண்ணி வச்ச குழம்ப சொத்த தயிர் சாதமாக நான் மாற்றி வைக்கக்கூடாதுன்னு. Their words should be repeated and preserved as it is. The essence what I wanted to convey is, look at all your incompletions and problems and difficulties from the space of oneness. That's all. The moment you start looking at them from the space of oneness, they become sacred. They don't have power over you anymore. They can't make you powerless anymore. That's first. Second, solving them will simply happen immediately as far as I am concerned. But as far as you are concerned, it will take its own time. But that is okay. Whether you believe it will take its own time or immediately, at least come to this understanding. Let us start looking at the whole thing through the prism of oneness. That's all. That's all. And with this, I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhadvaita Saivam, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful. Nithyanandeshwara Sadashiva Samaramba Nithyanandeshwari Adishakti Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Parampara. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, Samajis, Satsangis, Sarvanyapita Yajamans, Kotaris, Tanedars, sitting with us all over the world through Nithyananda TV, YouTube Live, two-way video conferencing, Facebook Live through hundreds of Adinavasis IDs, I welcome all of you with my love and respects. Today's subject, manifesting Shaktis. Understand, first principle you need to know about manifesting Shaktis is, it happens from Sadashivatva. It can never feed your ego. Understand? It happens from Sadashivatva. It cannot feed your ego. மனித மாமிசத்தை உண்டு வாழ முடியாது. Human being cannot eat human flesh and survive. Understand? Yesterday I was reading a book called Agathiyar Karukidai Nigandu. The statement now I uttered is from that Nigandu. Agatyar Karukkidai Nigandu. Manidan Manida Mamisam undu vaழ இயலாது. Human being cannot survive with the flesh of human being. Maybe Agastya want to say should not. Listen, human body cannot flourish with eating human flesh. Your ego cannot flourish with manifesting powers. One of the important problem we have, people feel, oh, if I get powers, will I not become egoistic? Or people who get powers, will they not become egoistic? No. Because it comes from the source of Sadashiva, where naturally your ego loses its power over you. The more power manifestation, more divine you become. Understand? Shakti comes with buddhi. Only siddhi comes without buddhi. Shakti is mother, siddhi is stepmother. That is why in Tamil, for stepmother and siddhi, both same word. Siddhi is chitti. Shakti is mother. Understand? First principle about manifesting powers, it will not strengthen your ego, it will only take you beyond ego. First. Second, manifesting powers means manifesting qualities, state and space of Sadashiva also. Understand? When you manifest powers, naturally the state of Sadashiva and space of Sadashiva starts manifesting in you. I have always seen people who manifest powers have a very high level of integrity and unclutching. Because if they do not maintain that too, the power manifestation will stop. Understand? How much ever you would have paid to buy your cell phone, but unless you charge every day, it will not function. How much ever you may manifest powers, unless the integrity of your life is maintained, it will not manifest. Actually, when you manifest powers, automatically the frequency of your integrity increases. The trust in integrity, trust in authenticity starts increasing. The reasons why you don't live a life of integrity is powerlessness. That starts melting down. With more and more power manifestation, powerlessness goes away. You become more integrated, more authentic. The second principle of power manifestation, listen carefully. Shakti comes always with buddhi. Means more power manifestation, more integrity. More power manifestation, more unclutching. More power manifestation, more Nirvikalpa Samadhi. More power manifestation, more joy. More power manifestation, more restful awareness. More power manifestation, more responsibilism. More power manifestation, more enriching. More power manifestation, more bliss. What is power manifestation? Deciding. Listen. Integrity needs your declaration, but power manifestation does not even needs your declaration. It only needs your decision. Deciding to be one with the original source, Sadashiva, which is you, even when you don't understand. He was using very few words. That is his beauty. Just with few words, he will make that click happen. You know. First he was trying to tell that everything is one. Few words. Somehow I was looking at him. He was not convinced that the click has happened in me. And many times both my gurus, Kuppamal and Vibhudanandapuri and Yoganandapuri, both have tried to explain Advaita to me. Annamalai Swamigal even used to read out Ribu Gita. Annamalai Swamigal was one of the enlightened disciple of Ramana Maharshi. Used to read Ribu Gita in Tamil. But somehow the click never happened. But just with few words, Arunagiri Yogishwara made that click happen. Listen carefully. I'll explain scene by scene. If you listen intensely, now that click can happen to you. Now that very click can happen to you. Listen. Scene by scene I will narrate. Because clicking with Advaita is a fundamental requirement for power manifestation. Clicking with Advaita is fundamental requirement for power manifestation. So listen. The incident itself is not too big, but it has done a very big job inside me. So I'll narrate exactly what happened. So the moment he started uttering the word Advaita, 2-3 words, then, oh, Yoganandapuri used to say, Vibhudanandapuri used to say, and Annamalai Swamigal used to say, Advaita, everything is one and the same. Okay, everything is one and the same. Understand? At that time, all their words, it's not that I did not believe them, but it never became my strategy for existence. It never became my cognition of existence. Okay, gurus are telling, I should listen, I should obey, I should not be opposing them. But for my life, I have a different strategy. That is not the cognitive reality for me on which I stand, the foundation on which I function, or foundation on which I make decision. It never became that for me. The foundation on which I make my decisions was always different. Even though I heard enough of Advaita from Yogananda Puri, Vibhudananda Puri, Annamalai Swamigal. So the moment Arunagiri Yogishwara started Advaita, immediately my old, same thing, okay. Advaita, I know. All one and the same. I should tell you, whenever you listen and do not make that into cognition, it becomes incompletion. Great truths, when you listen, either it should become cognition or it will become incompletion. Food, when you eat, either it should become energy or it will become indigestion or constipation. So the moment Arunagiri Yogishwara uttered the word Advaita, my constipation comes out. Incompletion comes out. I know. All one and the same. Listen. Now, frame by frame. He was sitting facing north. I was sitting next, the down step. He was actually sitting in the steps of the Tiruvannamalai Arunajaleshwara's temple, Kalyana Mandapam, facing his Samadhi. His Samadhi Mandapam is there. So on the steps he was sitting facing north. You can see the photograph, exactly the place. I am sitting in the center. He was sitting leaning on the pillar. Corner pillar. He was sitting. And I was just sitting lower step. One step lower than him. And he was trying to explain Advaita, and then my whole incompletion and constipation started. I know Advaita. Vibhudananda Puri told me, Yogananda Puri told me, Annamalai Swamigal told, Virabhugita, all big books. Big literatures I read. And there's a big book called Atma Puranam. It's a Tamil translation of 4 major Upanishad. Aitreya Upanishad, Ishavasya Upanishad, Brihadaranyaka Upanishad. 4 major Upanishad translation. Still the copy is with me, given to me by Isaki Swamigal. So I have read all those big books. But somehow never became reality, so that whole undigested, incompletion. So the moment Arunagiri Ishvara saw in my eyes the kind of a non-interest, sleepy mood, I know. He was looking into my eyes. I know he is reading me. He will be so deep. Oh God. It is just such lovely, beautiful, sweet eyes. You can just dive into his eyes for ages and forever, never to return back. Come out of it. Such an expressive, vast eyes like an ocean. And his eyes had an amazing, it is like a Pacific and pacifying both. The depth like Pacific and compassion like pacifying. It can pacify anything. So available on the surface and so deep in the being. Using that powerful eyes, he was looking into me. Of course, that is too much. So naturally sleep disappears. I'll describe the scene. The next word is Sami. That's the way he used to call me, because that is the way my whole family used to address. I had hundreds of names given and self-given. And it continues even now. But most used name is this Swami. Even my mother used to call me as Swami only. From the time I remember me, I never heard any other word from my mother. Even as a baby, as a child, I always heard only she calling me, addressing me as a Swami. Never I have heard from her the name my parents have given. It's only Swami. So, Arunagiri Yogishwara uttered the word Swami. The moment he called Swami, I just sat up and the eye and eyes got locked. His eyes and my eyes got locked. He raised the right hand with a gesture. Are you able to raise your hand? So the meaning is, are you able to do what you want? It was not verbal. It was like a show. So naturally I responded. Means I moved my hand and showed, yes, I can. Suddenly, Onada. It just clicked and I started laughing. He started laughing. Both of us were laughing for 10 minutes. Understand, I'll tell you exactly what happened in me. When you have a consciousness which can command and execute something that is one with ultimate, so you are ultimate. I know now with this theory there will be 100 questions, doubts you may have. All that we can digest, grind, burn next. But the first click is right. That first click was so powerful. The words uttered were only two words. Swami. Then he showed through the gestures. Are you able to move the right hand? So I responded in the same way, gestures, not words. Yes, I can move. What is there? So just when this gesture, question answer was going on, I could understand very clearly what he is trying to convey. If you have a consciousness which can command and make the matter, body is matter, make the matter obey, listen, you are carrying, which is ultimate. You are the consciousness which is ultimate. Onnada. Like something hit on my forehead. It was such an ecstasy blossoming, flowering. I started laughing and he started laughing. At least next 10 minutes. It's like I felt, oh God, took Kadka Pudi and cleaned up the whole constipation. And all the incompletion went away. Became complete. If you had constipation for 1 week and had Kadka Pudi and cleansed, came and lie down on the bed, how you feel? Exactly. Oh God. Yes. If I have something which has a power to will and command and make the matter obey, then I have a consciousness which is ultimate. From that click, started manifesting powerful cognitions. If this consciousness can move these hands, why not the air next to the hands? Why not the stone next to the air? Why not the hill next to the stone? The powerful cognitions have started manifesting. And the powerful cognitions have brought understanding, knowledge, powers, all rooted, centered on this one click. Listen. I can only reenact. I cannot tell what happened. I can only reenact. He showed the gesture like a. Are you able to move your hands? That's exactly. In my inner space, I can immediately understand the gesture and respond. Why not? See? In this interaction itself, my mind is searching what is he trying to teach through this interaction. What is he trying to insert into me by this gesture? I started looking for, yes, he is asking, can you move your hand? And I am saying, yes, I can. What is the problem? What is he trying to convey through this? I can see very clearly the next understanding coming to me. So, commanding, and the commanded is obeying. The will is acting on the matter, being established in the consciousness. Then what? I was looking into his eyes. Oh, nada. I can still remember that casual, sweet, most simple way of giving initiation into the most complicated truth, Advaita. Onada. That twinkle in the eyes. Onada. Means, he said in Tamil, it's one. It is same. Understand. Now the punchline. Listen. If there is a will established in consciousness which can move the matter, your hands are matter, the body is matter. If there is something which is you, which can give a command to move this matter, and this matter moves, the ultimate is in you. It can tell, command, order any matter to move. Understand? The moment you decide, it can command any matter to move, manifesting Shaktis starts. I am telling it is not moving is inauthenticity, powerless cognitions, the conclusions before even you try. Have you told this board to move and it did not move? If that is the case, you have not told to the board the way in which the board can listen. So change the method of telling till the board listens, not doubt the technology of Advaita, which is the source. You always do the stupidity of doubting the technology without applying it. Understand? Guru Bhakti is a strength to make you apply the technology, update the technology without doubting the original science. Fortunately, I had that kind of a bhakti with Arunagiri Yogishwara. So immediately when powerful cognition started manifesting in me, I said, right, if I can move this hand, I can move the air next to the hand. If I can move the air next to the hand, I can move the stone next to the air. If I can move the stone next to the air, I can move the hill next to the stone. I just need to find a method of conveying my command to it. To the hand, my command is passed through the nerves. So I have to pass my command to the air. Air bending is possible if I know how to do my mind bending. So, just like I sent my command to my hands, I should send my command to the air. I should send my command to the stone. I should send my command to the hill. My cognitions have started moving in that direction. Instead of, I tried yesterday itself 2 times to move the article and it did not move, so I don't think Advaita is. No, fortunately, my inner space did not move in that direction. Listen. Essence of today's satsang. Swami, ஒன்னுடா. Listen. It is too small incident, but the first sword of Advaita fell on me, cut across through my being, and started releasing powerful cognitions. I think in this whole incident, that intimacy matters, that space matters, the ability to get locked into the eyes matters. Where master is trying to convey something through the gestures, and you catch that, and it unravels itself in you, and you respond same way in the gestures without answering, and he captures and just throws one word, onada. And it just hits you like a thunderbolt, and you start laughing. Hey! That laughter, my laughter and his laughter, during that laughter itself, I am giving command to the air to move, and air is moving. I can see in that ecstasy laughter, I am giving command to the matter around me, and it is responding. Then starts power manifestation on the planet Earth after centuries. This is exactly, precisely power manifestation initiation I received from Arunagiri Yogishwara. This is exactly the fundamental foundation, thought current, or the cognition which clicked with me, and the power manifestation has started. After that, we sat for many hours, many days. He was helping me, supporting me to play with various elements. Then he explained tattva, all the 36 tattvas, and how when you give command to your biceps, the any principle which is parallel, using your eyes, seeing the scene in front of you, and using the third eye, seeing the scene somewhere happening, and say at the same time cognizing both, and getting that information and sharing with the person who is sitting in front of you, is what is parallel action. Understand? You see what is going on remote through third eye, come back and share it to the person who is in the front. It means you are cognizing this and that simultaneously. All parallel. Command is given to your biceps. Soon I'll prove all this with medical researchers and scientific researchers. Whenever you go through the remote vision, your biceps will be very active. whenever you play with nature, like bringing rain, this time on World Environment Day, we will be bringing rain in 108 places, all 108 places. We will declare the places and successfully bring rain. You will see. Not 107, 108, all 108. On June 5th, World Environment Day, we will connect with nature and bring rain. Whenever you play with nature, your shoulder will be active. So later on, he taught me all these sciences of 36 tattvas, and whenever you command and work with the sun, your right eye will be very active, and whenever you work with Chandra, moon, your left eye will be active. When you work with fire, Agni Samyama, or trying to blow fire and all, the third eye will be active. And these are the subtle principles of tattvas he taught later. That is different. The manifesting powers itself started with this click. With this. Meditate on this one. What I said today. On this one cognition. On this one initiation, Arunagiri Yogishwara gave me. All the other powerful cognitions, opening up, everything we will do next. But this is the source of manifesting powers. So this is the Mahavagya for manifesting powers. Swami, Onnada. And then 10 minutes of, at least 10 minutes of uproarious rolling laughter. I was just pulling his dhoti and shaking his hands. Because it was such big clarity. It is like I heard enough of Advaita, but never it clicked as a cognition out of which I can function, understand? Only when something becomes cognition out of which you can function, that becomes life for you. Not otherwise. Not otherwise. Whether it is a love or hatred, anger or compassion, fear or forgiveness, only when it becomes your cognition out of which you can function, it becomes reality to you. Not otherwise. Not otherwise. I remember going to few universities in USA, UCLA, Berkeley, few universities, not Berkeley, I think, UCLA and University of Oklahoma once, one university in Oklahoma, and few universities. One very elderly senior scientist, he took me to dormitories of the senior professors and scientists. It was much worse than our dormitory. Whether the size or the cleanliness. I was shocked. These guys must be getting highly paid. Why are they living like this? He said, Swamiji, most of these big guys are bachelors, are divorcees. They can't live with women. They can't live with the spouse. They don't want to maintain a house, so they pick up a dam here, or one apartment here. Because they are so engrossed and their research became their cognition, they can't cognize anything else in their life. I asked him, they must be getting heavily paid. They said, Swamiji, all of them are millionaires. Some of them are even billionaires because they have patent rights. But they will not even know what is their net worth. Most of them just write a will to the university and die. And the whole thing goes to university. Till death, they don't even check what is their net worth. What becomes your cognition only is your reality. Listen, I'll repeat. What becomes your cognition only is your reality. Even if they have money, it has not become their cognition, so it has not become their reality. Their reality is something else. Same way, I heard so much about Advaita, but it never became my reality. This one initiation. Onnada. Suddenly, it clicked so beautifully, so thoroughly. Only now I can understand how in the Svetaswara Upanishad, just Guru utters Tattvamasi Svedaketu, Tattvamasi, and immediately Svedaketu realizes. Only after I experienced, I can catch, yes. Otherwise, so many gurus utter Tattvamasi so many thousands of times to so many thousands of disciples. Then what next? In Bengal, there is a funny proverb. In Sadhu Bandara, Sannyasis Bandara, the Mahant will announce, Brahma Satyam Jagat Mithya. Brahma Satyam Jagat Mithya means God alone is real, existence only is real, the world is illusory. The sadhus who are sitting in the row for eating, they will say, Kavar Pore, after eating all this. Brahma Satyam Jagat Mithya, Kavar Pore. After eating, not now. World is illusion after we finish eating, not before eating. Means it has not become cognition. Brahma Satyam Jagat Mithya, when? After we finish, serve the Bandara, not before Rasagulla. After Rasagulla, after Jalebi, after food, Brahma Satyam Jagat Mithya. Not before. I should tell you, precisely at that moment, something which did not click for me for years clicked. Meditate on this today. I bless you. All of you will manifest powers. Today, manifesting powers from this initiation, from this source. Essence of today's satsang, Sami Onnada. Understand. See, you need to understand the click happened in me. See, I know
he also gives command, and not only his hands, he can move much beyond. So I also can give command. As of now, my hands are moving. Maybe quantity of his ability to move and quantity of my ability to move may be different, but the quality is not different. If the quality is not different, that's all matters. Onnada. Quantity does not matter. It will come by itself by the more and more powerful cognitions. It is quality that matters. So when he said Onnada, means it is same. The multiple levels of click happened. Like the sword fell on my being, cut all the grandhis, knots, incompletions. Kids, if you give a thread ball to them, they will always make a big knot. Trying to pull this side and that side, it will become knot. So what is the way to cut the knot? The only way is to cut it completely. Only then all the knots will be cleared. Same way with too many Advaitic, confusing, corrupt cognitions from so many people, it has become knot in my Anandagandha, like a Chitjada Grandhi. This whole thing, Onnada, like a sword fell on that Chitjada Grandhi and broke the whole thing. So now, in quality one, then quantity does not matter. That naturally follows. When that powerful cognition landed, more and more powerful cognitions are more and more manifesting powers. That's all. Sami, Onnada. So, with this, I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, casting, living Shuddhadvaita Saivam, Sada Shivoham, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
नित्यानन्देश्वर समारम्भां नित्यानन्देश्वरि मध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome all of you, all the devotees, disciples, Samajis, Satsangis, Sri Mahans, Mahans, Kotaris, Tanedas, everyone, visitors, viewers, Nitya Dhyan Yoga participants, everyone sitting with us all over the world through Nithyananda TV, Sadhana TV, and two-way video conferencing. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. Today's satsang
I wanted to expand on how truth will be, what truth is, when you express directly from the highest consciousness, without mixing, matching,
हृदयं पुण्यं सर्वशत्रुविनाशनं जयावहं जपे नित्यम् अक्षयं परमं शिवं कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते सर्वमङ्गलमाङ्गल्यं सर्वपापप्रणाशनं चिन्ताशोकप्रशमनम् आयुर्वर्धनमुत्तमं कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते रश्मिमन्तं समुद्यन्तं देवासुरनमस्कृतं पूजयस्व विभस्वन्तं भास्करं भुवनेश्वरं कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते सर्वदेवात्मको हेश तेजस्वी रश्मिभावनः एव देवासुरगणान् लोकान् पादिकबस्तिभिः कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते एष ब्रह्मा च विष्णुश्च शिवस्कन्दप्रजापतिः महेन्द्रो धनदकालो यमः सोमो ह्यपाम्पतिः कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते
ह्यश्विनौ मरुतो मनुः वायुर्वाग्नि प्रजाप्राण ऋतुकर्ता प्रभाकरः
कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते
आदित्य सविता सूर्य खगशोषागभस्तिमान् सुवर्ण सखशोभानुर्हिरण्यरेता दिवाकर
कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरम् भक्तहृदयनिवासिनम् नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरम् भक्तहृदयनिवासिनम् नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते
हरिदश्व सहस्रार्चि सप्त सप्तिर्मरीचिमान् तिमिरोन्मत्तन् शम्भुत्विष्टा मार्ताण्डांशुमान्
कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरम् भक्तहृदयनिवासिनम् नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरम् भक्तहृदयनिवासिनम् नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते
हिरण्यगर्भ शिशिरः स्तपनो भास्करो रविः अग्निगर्भो अतिदे पुत्र शङ्कः शिशिरनाशनः
कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरम् भक्तहृदयनिवासिनम् नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते हृदयं पुण्यं सर्वशत्रुविनाशनं जयावहं जपे नित्यम् अक्षयं परमं शिवम् कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरम् भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरम् भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते सर्वमङ्गलमाङ्गल्यं सर्वपापप्रणाशनं चिन्ताशोकप्रशमनम् आयुर्वर्धनमुत्तमम् कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरम् भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरम् भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते रश्मिमन्तं समुद्यन्तं देवासुरनमस्कृतं पूजयस्व विभस्वन्तं भास्करं भुवनेश्वरं कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते सर्वदेवात्मको हेश तेजस्वी रश्मिभावनः एव देवासुरगणान् लोकान् पादिकबस्तिभिः कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते एष ब्रह्मा च विष्णुश्च शिवस्कन्दप्रजापतिः महेन्द्रो धनदकालो यमः सोमो ह्यपाम्पतिः कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते
ह्यश्विनौ मरुतो मनुः वायुर्वाग्नि प्रजाप्राण ऋतुकर्ता प्रभाकरः
कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते
आदित्य सविता सूर्य खगशोषागभस्तिमान् सुवर्ण सखशोभानुर्हिरण्यरेता दिवाकर
कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते
हरिदश्व सहस्रार्चि सप्तसप्तिर्मरीचिमान् तिमिरोन्मत्तन् शम्भुत्विष्ट मार्ताण्डांशुमान्
कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते
हिरण्यगर्भ शिशिरः स्तपनो भास्करो रविः अग्निगर्भो अदिते पुत्र शङ्कः शिशिरनाशनः
कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते हृदयं पुण्यं सर्वशत्रुविनाशनं जयावहं जपे नित्यम् अक्षयं परमं शिवं कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते सर्वमङ्गलमाङ्गल्यं सर्वपापप्रणाशनं चिन्ताशोकप्रशमनम् आयुर्वर्धनमुत्तमं कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते रश्मिमन्तं समुद्यन्तं देवासुरनमस्कृतं पूजयस्व विभस्वन्तं भास्करं भुवनेश्वरं कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते सर्वदेवात्मको हेश तेजस्वी रश्मिभावनः एव देवासुरगणान् लोकान् पादिकबस्तिभिः कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरम् भक्तहृदयनिवासिनम् नित्यानन्दम् नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरम् भक्तहृदयनिवासिनम् नित्यानन्दम् नमोऽस्तुते एष ब्रह्मा च विष्णुश्च शिवस्कन्दप्रजापतिः महेन्द्रो धनदकालो यमः सोमो ह्यपाम्पतिः कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरम् भक्तहृदयनिवासिनम् नित्यानन्दम् नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरम् भक्तहृदयनिवासिनम् नित्यानन्दम् नमोऽस्तुते
साध्या ह्यश्विनौ मरुतो मनुः वायुर्वाग्नि प्रजा प्राण ऋतुकर्ता प्रभाकरः
कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरम् भक्तहृदयनिवासिनम् नित्यानन्दम् नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरम् भक्तहृदयनिवासिनम् नित्यानन्दम् नमोऽस्तुते
आदित्य सविता सूर्य खगशोषागभस्तिमान् सुवर्ण सखशोभानुर्हिरण्यरेता दिवाकर
कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरम् भक्तहृदयनिवासिनम् नित्यानन्दम् नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरम् भक्तहृदयनिवासिनम् नित्यानन्दम् नमोऽस्तुते
हरिदश्व सहस्रार्चि सप्तसप्तिर्मरीचिमान् तिमिरोन्मत्तन् शम्भुत्विष्टा मार्ताण्डांशुमान्
कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरम् भक्तहृदयनिवासिनम् नित्यानन्दम् नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरम् भक्तहृदयनिवासिनम् नित्यानन्दम् नमोऽस्तुते
हिरण्यगर्भ शिशिरः स्तपनो भास्करो रविः अग्निगर्भो अदिते पुत्र शङ्कः शिशिरनाशनः
कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरम् भक्तहृदयनिवासिनम् नित्यानन्दम् नमोऽस्तुते हृदयं पुण्यं सर्वशत्रुविनाशनं जयावहं जपे नित्यम् अक्षयं परमं शिवं कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते सर्वमङ्गलमाङ्गल्यं सर्वपापप्रणाशनं चिन्ताशोकप्रशमनम् आयुर्वर्धनमुत्तमं कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते रश्मिमन्तं समुद्यन्तं देवासुरनमस्कृतं पूजयस्व विभस्वन्तं भास्करं भुवनेश्वरं कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते सर्वदेवात्मको हेश तेजस्वी रश्मिभावनः एव देवासुरगणान् लोकान् पादिकबस्तिभिः कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते एष ब्रह्मा च विष्णुश्च शिवस्कन्द प्रजापतिः महेन्द्रो धनदकालो यमः सोमो ह्यपाम्पतिः कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते
यश्विनौ मरुतो मनुः वायुर्वाग्नि प्रजाप्राण ऋतुकर्ता प्रभाकरः
कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते
आदित्य सविता सूर्य खगशोषागभस्तिमान् सुवर्ण सखशोभानुर्हिरण्यरेता दिवाकर
कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते
हरिदश्व सहस्रार्चि सप्तसप्तिर्मरीचिमान् तिमिरोन्मत्तन् शम्भुत्विष्टा मार्ताण्डांशुमान्
कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते
हिरण्यगर्भ शिशिरः स्तपनो भास्करो रविः अग्निगर्भो अदिते पुत्र शङ्कः शिशिरनाशनः
कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते नित्यहृदयं पुण्यं सर्वशत्रुविनाशनं जयावहं जपे नित्यम् अक्षयं परमं शिवं कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते सर्वमङ्गलमाङ्गल्यं सर्वपापप्रणाशनं चिन्ताशोकप्रशमनम् आयुर्वर्धनमुत्तमम् कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते रश्मिमन्तं समुद्यन्तं देवासुरनमस्कृतं पूजयस्व विभस्वन्तं भास्करं भुवनेश्वरं कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते सर्वदेवात्मको हेश तेजस्वी रश्मिभावनः एव देवासुरगणान् लोकान् पादिकबस्तिभिः कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते एष ब्रह्मा च विष्णुश्च शिवस्कन्दप्रजापतिः महेन्द्रो धनदकालो यमः सोमो ह्यपाम्पतिः कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते
यश्विनौ मरुतो मनुः वायुर्वाग्नि प्रजाप्राण ऋतुकर्ता प्रभाकरः
कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते
आदित्य सविता सूर्य खगशोषागभस्तिमान् सुवर्ण सखशोभानुर्हिरण्यरेता दिवाकर
कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते
हरिदश्व सहस्रार्चि सप्तसप्तिर्मरीचिमान् तिमिरोन्मत्तन् शम्भुत्विष्टा मार्ताण्डांशुमान्
कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते
हिरण्यगर्भ शिशिरः स्तपनो भास्करो रविः अग्निगर्भो अदिदे पुत्र शङ्कर शिशिरनाशनः
कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते भक्तहृदयं पुण्यं सर्वशत्रुविनाशनं जयावहं जपे नित्यम् अक्षयं परमं शिवं कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते सर्वमङ्गलमाङ्गल्यं सर्वपापप्रणाशनं चिन्ताशोकप्रशमनम् आयुर्वर्धनमुत्तमम् कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते रश्मिमन्तं समुद्यन्तं देवासुरनमस्कृतं पूजयस्व विभस्वन्तं भास्करं भुवनेश्वरं कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते सर्वदेवात्मको हेश तेजस्वी रश्मिभावनः एव देवासुरगणान् लोकान् पादिकबस्तिभिः कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते एष ब्रह्मा च विष्णुश्च शिवस्कन्दप्रजापतिः महेन्द्रो धनदकालो यमः सोमो ह्यपाम्पतिः कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते
साध्या ह्यश्विनौ मरुतो मनुः वायुर्वाग्नि प्रजा प्राण ऋतुकर्ता प्रभाकरः
कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते
आदित्य सविता सूर्य खगशोषागभस्तिमान् सुवर्ण सखशोभानुर्हिरण्यरेता दिवाकर
कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते
हरिदश्व सहस्रार्चि सप्तसप्तिर्मरीचिमान् तिमिरोन्मत्तन् शम्भुत्विष्टा मार्ताण्डांशुमान्
कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते
हिरण्यगर्भ शिशिरः स्तपनो भास्करो रविः अग्निगर्भो अदिदे पुत्र शङ्कः शिशिरनाशनः
कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते भक्तहृदयं पुण्यं सर्वशत्रुविनाशनं जयावहं जपे नित्यम् अक्षयं परमं शिवं कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते सर्वमङ्गलमाङ्गल्यं सर्वपापप्रणाशनं चिन्ताशोकप्रशमनम् आयुर्वर्धनमुत्तमम् कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते रश्मिमन्तं समुद्यन्तं देवासुरनमस्कृतं पूजयस्व विभस्वन्तं भास्करं भुवनेश्वरं कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते सर्वदेवात्मको हेश तेजस्वी रश्मिभावनः एव देवासुरगणान् लोकान् पादिकबस्तिभिः कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते एष ब्रह्मा च विष्णुश्च शिवस्कन्दप्रजापतिः महेन्द्रो धनदकालो यमः सोमो ह्यपाम्पतिः कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते
ह्यश्विनौ मरुतो मनुः वायुर्वाग्नि प्रजाप्राण ऋतुकर्ता प्रभाकरः
कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते
आदित्य सविता सूर्य खगशोषागभस्तिमान् सुवर्ण सखशोभानुर्हिरण्यरेता दिवाकर
कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते
हरिदश्व सहस्रार्चि सप्तसप्तिर्मरीचिमान् तिमिरोन्मत्तन् शम्भुत्विष्टा मार्ताण्डांशुमान्
कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते
हिरण्यगर्भ शिशिरः स्तपनो भास्करो रविः अग्निगर्भो अदिदे पुत्र शङ्कः शिशिरनाशनः
कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते भक्तहृदयं पुण्यं सर्वशत्रुविनाशनं जयावहं जपे नित्यम् अक्षयं परमं शिवं कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते सर्वमङ्गलमाङ्गल्यं सर्वपापप्रणाशनं चिन्ताशोकप्रशमनम् आयुर्वर्धनमुत्तमम् कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते रश्मिमन्तं समुद्यन्तं देवासुरनमस्कृतं पूजयस्व विभस्वन्तं भास्करं भुवनेश्वरं कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते सर्वदेवात्मको हेश तेजस्वी रश्मिभावनः एव देवासुरगणान् लोकान् पादिकवस्तिभिः कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते एष ब्रह्मा च विष्णुश्च शिवस्कन्दप्रजापतिः महेन्द्रो धनदकालो यमः सोमो ह्यपाम्पतिः कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते
यश्विनौ मरुतो मनुः वायुर्वाग्नि प्रजाप्राण ऋतुकर्ता प्रभाकरः
कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते
आदित्य सविता सूर्य खगशोषागभस्तिमान् सुवर्ण सखशोभानुर्हिरण्यरेता दिवाकर
कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते
हरिदश्व सहस्रार्चि सप्तसप्तिर्मरीचिमान् तिमिरोन्मत्तन् शम्भुत्विष्टा मार्ताण्डांशुमान्
कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते
हिरण्यगर्भ शिशिरः स्तपनो भास्करो रविः अग्निगर्भो अदिदे पुत्र शङ्कः शिशिरनाशनः
कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते हृदयं पुण्यं सर्वशत्रुविनाशनं जयावहं जपे नित्यम् अक्षयं परमं शिवं कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते सर्वमङ्गलमाङ्गल्यं सर्वपापप्रणाशनं चिन्ताशोकप्रशमनम् आयुर्वर्धनमुत्तमम् कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते रश्मिमन्तं समुद्यन्तं देवासुरनमस्कृतं पूजयस्व विभस्वन्तं भास्करं भुवनेश्वरं कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते सर्वदेवात्मको हेश तेजस्वी रश्मिभावनः एव देवासुरगणान् लोकान् पादिकवस्तिभिः कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते एष ब्रह्मा च विष्णुश्च शिवस्कन्दप्रजापतिः महेन्द्रो धनदक्कालो यमः सोमो ह्यपाम्पतिः कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते
साध्या ह्यश्विनौ मरुतो मनुः वायुर्वाग्नि प्रजाप्राण ऋतुकर्ता प्रभाकरः
कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते
आदित्य सविता सूर्य खगशोषागभस्तिमान् सुवर्ण सकशोभानुर्हिरण्यरेता दिवाकर
कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते
हरिदश्व सहस्रार्चि सप्तसप्तिर्मरीचिमान् तिमिरोन्मत्तन् शम्भुत्विष्टा मार्ताण्डांशुमान्
कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते
हिरण्यगर्भ शिशिरः स्तपनो भास्करो रविः अग्निगर्भो अदिदे पुत्र शङ्कः शिशिरनाशनः
कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते भक्तहृदयं पुण्यं सर्वशत्रुविनाशनं जयावहं जपे नित्यम् अक्षयं परमं शिवं कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते सर्वमङ्गलमाङ्गल्यं सर्वपापप्रणाशनं चिन्ताशोकप्रशमनम् आयुर्वर्धनमुत्तमम् कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते रश्मिमन्तं समुद्यन्तं देवासुरनमस्कृतं पूजयस्व विभस्वन्तं भास्करं भुवनेश्वरं कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते सर्वदेवात्मको हेश तेजस्वी रश्मिभावनः एव देवासुरगणान् लोकान् पादिकबस्तिभिः कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते एष ब्रह्मा च विष्णुश्च शिवस्कन्दप्रजापतिः महेन्द्रो धनदकालो यमः सोमो ह्यपाम्पतिः कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते
साध्या ह्यश्विनौ मरुतो मनुः वायुर्वाग्नि प्रजाप्राण ऋतुकर्ता प्रभाकरः
कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते
आदित्य सविता सूर्य खगशोषागभस्तिमान् सुवर्ण सखशोभानुर्हिरण्यरेता दिवाकर
कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते
हरिदश्व सहस्रार्चि सप्तसप्तिर्मरीचिमान् तिमिरोन्मत्तन् शम्भुत्विष्टा मार्ताण्डांशुमान्
कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते
हिरण्यगर्भ शिशिरः स्तपनो भास्करो रविः अग्निगर्भो अदिदे पुत्र शङ्कः शिशिरनाशनः
कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते भक्तहृदयं पुण्यं सर्वशत्रुविनाशनं जयावहं जपे नित्यम् अक्षयं परमं शिवं कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते सर्वमङ्गलमाङ्गल्यं सर्वपापप्रणाशनं चिन्ताशोकप्रशमनम् आयुर्वर्धनमुत्तमम् कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते रश्मिमन्तं समुद्यन्तं देवासुरनमस्कृतं पूजयस्व विवस्वन्तं भास्करं भुवनेश्वरं कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते सर्वदेवात्मको हेश तेजस्वी रश्मिभावनः एव देवासुरगणान् लोकान् पादिकबस्तिभिः कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते एष ब्रह्मा च विष्णुश्च शिवस्कन्दप्रजापतिः महेन्द्रो धनदकालो यमः सोमो ह्यपाम्पतिः कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते
ह्यश्विनौ मरुतो मनुः वायुर्वाग्नि प्रजाप्राण ऋतुकर्ता प्रभाकरः
कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते
आदित्य सविता सूर्य खगशोषागभस्तिमान् सुवर्ण सखशोभानुर्हिरण्यरेता दिवाकर
कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते
हरिदश्व सहस्रार्चि सप्तसप्तिर्मरीचिमान् तिमिरोन्मत्तन् शम्भुत्विष्टा मार्ताण्डांशुमान्
कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते
हिरण्यगर्भ शिशिरः स्तपनो भास्करो रविः अग्निगर्भो अदिदे पुत्र शङ्कः शिशिरनाशनः
कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते नित्यहृदयं पुण्यं सर्वशत्रुविनाशनं जयावहं जपे नित्यम् अक्षयं परमं शिवं कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते सर्वमङ्गलमाङ्गल्यं सर्वपापप्रणाशनं चिन्ताशोकप्रशमनम् आयुर्वर्धनमुत्तमम् कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते रश्मिमन्तं समुद्यन्तं देवासुरनमस्कृतं पूजयस्व विभस्वन्तं भास्करं भुवनेश्वरं कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते सर्वदेवात्मको हेश तेजस्वी रश्मिभावनः एव देवासुरगणान् लोकान् पादिकबस्तिभिः कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते एष ब्रह्मा च विष्णुश्च शिवस्कन्दप्रजापतिः महेन्द्रो धनदक्कालो यमः सोमो ह्यपाम्पतिः कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते
साध्या ह्यश्विनौ मरुतो मनुः वायुर्वाग्नि प्रजाप्राण ऋतुकर्ता प्रभाकरः
कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते
आदित्य सविता सूर्य खगशोषागभस्तिमान् सुवर्ण सखशोभानुर्हिरण्यरेता दिवाकर
कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते
हरिदश्व सहस्रार्चि सप्तसप्तिर्मरीचिमान् तिमिरोन्मत्तन् शम्भुत्विष्टा मार्ताण्डांशुमान्
कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते
हिरण्यगर्भ शिशिरः स्तपनो भास्करो रविः अग्निगर्भो अतिदे पुत्र शङ्कः शिशिरनाशनः
कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते हृदयं पुण्यं सर्वशत्रुविनाशनं जयावहं जपे नित्यम् अक्षयं परमं शिवं कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते सर्वमङ्गलमाङ्गल्यं सर्वपापप्रणाशनं चिन्ताशोकप्रशमनम् आयुर्वर्धनमुत्तमम् कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते रश्मिमन्तं समुद्यन्तं देवासुरनमस्कृतं पूजयस्व विभस्वन्तं भास्करं भुवनेश्वरं कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते सर्वदेवात्मको हेश तेजस्वी रश्मिभावनः एव देवासुरगणान् लोकान् पादिकबस्तिभिः कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते एष ब्रह्मा च विष्णुश्च शिवस्कन्दप्रजापतिः महेन्द्रो धनदकालो यमः सोमो ह्यपाम्पतिः कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते
साध्या ह्यश्विनौ मरुतो मनुः वायुर्वाग्नि प्रजाप्राण ऋतुकर्ता प्रभाकरः
कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते
आदित्य सविता सूर्य खगशोषागभस्तिमान् सुवर्ण सकशोभानुर्हिरण्यरेता दिवाकर
कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते
हरिदश्व सहस्रार्चि सप्तसप्तिर्मरीचिमान् तिमिरोन्मत्तन् शम्भुत्विष्टा मार्ताण्डांशुमान्
कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते
हिरण्यगर्भ शिशिरः स्तपनो भास्करो रविः अग्निगर्भो अतिदे पुत्र शङ्कः शिशिरनाशनः
कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते अक्षयं पुण्यं सर्वशत्रुविनाशनं जयावहं जपे नित्यम् अक्षयं परमं शिवं कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते सर्वमङ्गलमाङ्गल्यं सर्वपापप्रणाशनं चिन्ताशोकप्रशमनम् आयुर्वर्धनमुत्तमम् कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते रश्मिमन्तं समुद्यन्तं देवासुरनमस्कृतं पूजयस्व विभस्वन्तं भास्करं भुवनेश्वरं कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते सर्वदेवात्मको हेश तेजस्वी रश्मिभावनः एव देवासुरगणान् लोकान् पादिकबस्तिभिः कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते एष ब्रह्मा च विष्णुश्च शिवस्कन्दप्रजापतिः महेन्द्रो धनदकालो यमः सोमो ह्यपाम्पतिः कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते
साध्या ह्यश्विनौ मरुतो मनुः वायुर्वाग्नि प्रजाप्राण ऋतुकर्ता प्रभाकरः
कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते
आदित्य सविता सूर्य खगशोषागभस्तिमान् सुवर्ण सखशोभानुर्हिरण्यरेता दिवाकर
कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते
हरिदश्व सहस्रार्चि सप्तसप्तिर्मरीचिमान् तिमिरोन्मत्तन् शम्भुत्विष्टा मार्ताण्डांशुमान्
कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते
हिरण्यगर्भ शिशिरः स्तपनो भास्करो रविः अग्निगर्भो अतिदे पुत्र शङ्कः शिशिरनाशनः
कोटिसूर्यस्वरूपिणम् आनन्दगन्ध ईश्वरं भक्तहृदयनिवासिनं नित्यानन्दं नमोऽस्तुते।